Yesterday we designed all the rooms and I was having some trouble getting the doors working as you went through them. As you can see, what you've just witnessed, I have now got a working map and we can now go through the doors back and forth into all the different rooms. I'm just going to go straight to the trapdoor. You've already seen it. You just didn't hear me very well with the echo. So, oh man, this is the problem. See, I've got one eye on the spectrum and the other eye is trying to read the comments at the same time. So here's the trapdoor. Right, so now we're in the room with 4 doors. Let me have another look at the chat room. Next time, go to Zeddy on YouTube and there will be no problems. Who the hell's Zeddy? Tell Zeddy to come over to Animated Owl's channel and give him some tutorials on how to use live stream software, please. Thank for the work on the basic invaders, by the way, Alex. It got further in a day than I did 40 years ago. I don't know whether you saw the live stream yesterday, Ryan, but I've actually made a little Space Invader game. But why I haven't got back to you is because I can't get it to work correctly. And I wanted to do a video on it. But until I get it working correctly, obviously I'm not going to share it. But yes, I am working on it. But at the moment, we're on ATIC ATAC and struggling with sound issues once again. Yeah, take 2. Yeah, you're all laughing at me in the comments, which is great. It's great to have a bit of laughter. So anyway, let's just jump into one of the rooms. So as you can see, the trapdoor takes me into this room with 4 doors. The door on the left takes me into an empty room, and the door at the bottom also takes me into an empty room. So my idea is we could put something in those rooms to collect, maybe, you know, a key or whatever the object of the game is. The other 2 rooms, I've just randomly picked a position on the working map already, so it just goes back to that room. And obviously if I go back, it won't take me back to the 4 doors. You can only get to those 4 doors if you hit the trap door. So there you go. Now the code, very quickly. I feel like I've had a rehearsal first, and now I'm going for the main event. So, through all the echo, line 15, I remembered when I first did this a couple of months ago, when I designed, just did the basic drawing with the doors on, that I did some Go subs, and I gave those Go sub variables to assign to. So I've got Go sub RM, which is, that line number is 950, and I've assigned RM to it. So that's my room, and so forth with the Go sub. I've got DT, door top, and I've got a door bottom, door left, door right. So it was just easy for when I was programming it, rather than try and remember what the Go sub number was, I'd already assigned letters to it. Going down to line 35, and this was thanks to Frank yesterday. I was struggling to get my head around how to stop the character colliding with the, in this case, the Scion drawn lines. I was just wiping them out. So I used the ATTR in the movement loop of the character, thanks to Frank yesterday for putting up in the comments on how to do that. You'll see that I've also added magenta in there now. So we've got Scion 5 and magenta 3. So that way I'm not wiping out the door frames now either, because yesterday the lines were staying intact, obviously because we'd put the Scion on there, but I was still taking out those magenta door frames. Hence why I've now added that into there. Now, the biggest worry I had yesterday, I kept going on about, oh, this gaming loop's getting larger and larger as I'm designing the level. And I just thought to myself, what a plonker. Why am I putting all of the level design into the main loop? So if I go to line 20, list 20, that there, everything displayed on the page now is the main gaming loop. So there's not much in there at the moment. So from line 20 all the way down to line 75. Come on, Alex, you've already had a rehearsal. You shouldn't be fucking up. So from line 20 to 75, that is my gaming loop. Okay. Line 65, that is where I'm asking it to go sub. So if my Y coordinate hits 3 or 16, that's my character, or the X equals 23 or equals 5, then it will go sub to 80, and that is where the rooms are designed. List 80. Quite a lot in there. Now, I don't know whether you heard through all the echoing, but I did think about putting this into some sort of dim array arrangement, like maybe a 3-dimensional array or something with all of that information, and then just taking it from the data as and when I needed it. I just carried on going as I was and thinking, well, do I really need to bother with a dim array setup now? Maybe that's something I can look at in the future, but for now, I just was so chuffed that I managed to get it working. I thought, what I'm doing is working, just carry on. So I did. So from line 80 onwards, all of this now is the commands to send me to the right room, going through the doors, basically. So in total, I think there's something like 7 rooms in total. In fact, there might be more than that, actually, because I've done some of them as 0.5s and 0.3s and what have you. So there you go, to line 290. So all of that above that was the room designs. Apart from this bit here, which is list 950, is the trapdoor. No, it's not. That's not the trapdoor. That's my door designs there from line. Yeah, that's all the drawings for the doors list. I can't believe I've already had a rehearsal and I'm messing up. So line 1038, that is where I did the trapdoor design, and all I did was drew some boxes, stuck over one in there, put it in a loop, and that's how I got that effect. Very simple. Run that and you get that, just to give that sort of impression that we're falling down a trapdoor, very similar to what the original game was like, from what I can remember anyway. So there we are. That is how far we've got. So, you know, where do we go from this? I'd like to change that A to a user-defined graphic. Obviously, I don't want to keep it as an A. I'd like to add a nasty in there in some of the rooms, something to avoid, just to make the game a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Exciting? No. Well, you know what I mean. But yeah, let me go back to the comments and let me have a little read. So I'm going to go back to where it said no echo. So you fixed it. No echo. Weeps with relief. Echo's gone. Yes, the echo is gone. No echo. No echo. The Dauphin fucked up. Yes, from the beginning. Yeah, I've gone back from the beginning, Ronald. Said I did the rehearsal first. So what I might have to do is when when this stream is finished, I may have to go back and cut that section out. Right, where were we? Rows of fresh smoke, the stone ones. Thanks for messaging me, by the way, the stone ones. That's Pete, for letting me know. Unfortunately, I didn't read the text into the very last minute, and all of that could have prevented if I hadn't ignored the phone beeping. But never mind. Thanks for the work on the Basic Invaders, by the way, Alex. I can't remember whether I spoke to you after the echo or before the echo, but I don't know whether you saw yesterday's stream. I was working on a Space Invader game at the moment, and I haven't quite got it working. Hence why I haven't done a YouTube video on how to make a Space Invaders game yet, because obviously I want to get my version working before I go down that road. But I haven't forgotten you. I'm having some problems with it, if you want to know the truth. With ATTR, with Collision. Got some ideas. Speaking to Alan from our Facebook group, gave me some ideas today, or yesterday night actually, after the stream. So yeah, I'm going to try and implement those ideas into that game and see how we get on with that. Next time, go with Zeddy on YouTube. I think we've already read this. Am I having a deja vu moment here? Nice touch with the trapdoor, Alex. Yes, I saw all 4 hours today. Thank you. You watched all 4 hours. Well, thank you, Jan. Good idea with the trapdoor. I wish my helicopter game loop was that short. I use Go subs when a direction key is pressed. Keeps my main loop short. Array was suggested yesterday for the rooms. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to do with the dim array thing. Do I? I mean, as you can see, it's working, you know. And why mess around with something which isn't broke? You know, it's working. I could end up doing a dim array and it could end up being a complete disaster. And then I'm going to think, oh, God, I wish I'd left it alone. But as you can see, you know, it's working. I've got a working map now. I think I did that too with the Go subs, the stones. That's from Drake. The stones one, all collision detection, put in Go subs too. I find that Go subs can slow a game down quite a lot. And I've done some experiments recently, removing Go subs, not having too many in there, which is calling a vital thing for a game. For instance, if you're moving a nasty on the screen, I try to keep that out of a Go sub, out of a subroutine. I find it works faster if you leave it in the main loop, especially if it's on the screen all the time. What is the point Go subbing it and bringing it back again when it's on the screen all the time anyway? Keep it in the main loop. That is my way of thinking. And I've done that with quite a few games now, and I just seem to have better performance, because obviously you've got the delay of the Go sub going off, doing what it needs to do, then coming back again. Keep it in the main loop, it's there and done. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, yeah, obviously I've used the Go subs in this little game we're making here for the door positioning, because I've had to, because they're not on, obviously they're not on the screen all the time. Once they're on the, well, they are on the screen, but because they're printed objects, they're not moving. And my character's got the ATTR collision detection on it to stop taking them out. There's no need for it to be constantly printed. Hence why we do a Go sub to get that working. But if it's something moving on the screen, which I'm going to do tonight, I'm going to add a nasty in, put it in one of the rooms. Why don't the doors align on the top and bottom walls? It's just the way I've designed it, nerdy. I just thought it, just to give it a little bit of interest. That's the way I wanted it. I mean, yeah, you could align them up if you wanted. I decided not to, though. I just wanted to keep it a bit different. That's personal preference. But yeah, there's no reason why I couldn't have put them in line. It's just the way I designed it. Frank has put, if you use no, keep it. I love the echo. Sorry, I've gone ahead of myself here. Next, define a central play area like you have with a rectangle room, then design the angle walls like AA. Yeah, that is something which I think I would have to go down a dim array. I would probably put that section of the program, which is, so there's the doors. Where is it? There you go. Where is it? List 900. So from line 900, if I just put 890 rem. Whoops. If I put there, but I'll put it in blue because you can see it better then. Okay, rectangle room, spelled that right, am I? So yeah, from line 890 down to 935, that's basically drawing the rectangle. There you go. So yeah, very similar to what I did with my isometric game. I did that with a dim array. I could do that there, and then it would keep that down, save me having to write all of those plot and draw statements out all the time. I am thinking maybe, like in the game ATIC ATAC, I could go down that route and change the rectangle to different jagged areas, like in the original. But I'm also thinking this is in basic, and I've got to work with the limitations. I don't want to confuse it, overcrowd it, and make the program too big where it's just such a slow mess. I'd rather try and keep it as a playable game, if you see what I mean. It would be easier for me just to change the bloody colour and have different coloured rooms, and that might be the way I go down that route. Right, it's going through. Right, so we've got nerdy. Array could also be used to contain room destinations for next exit. Yeah, otherwise I'd use a grid map. See, a lot of you, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's personal preference, isn't it? From when you're designing these games. And yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you all. I could put a lot of that in an array. But like I said earlier, it's working. Why change something that's working? Will it condense the code enough? Just, maybe I might do it as an experiment, and just see if it makes any difference to the performance of the game. Actually, arrays could be used like a textual adventure. Yeah, definitely. I just thinking on ideas to include coloured keys and change a few door frame colours to represent coloured keys. Yeah, that's from Razor. So yeah, it's easier for me to change the colours than it is to start drawing different room designs. I can have that cyan box any color I like. It doesn't have to be that color. I can just assign a variable to it. So every time we go into a room, it changes color. Let's quickly do it, just so we can see what it looks like. So let's assign a variable to it. So if we go down to line 300, where my variables are, and I'll put in there on the same line as that one there, I'll put I for ink. I don't think I've used an I anywhere. Right, I'll put I. So at the moment it's 5. Now if I go back to line 35, and we change the 5s to I, and we could do the same for the door colours. I could change that as well. But I'm going to keep the magenta for the moment. Another idea I've had is to block some of the doors off. So just put some blocks in there in a colour. So when hang on a second, if I put the right, Was that a 3? Too busy yapping again. That should have... I think I've just changed a 3 to an I, haven't I? Just check up the top there. I think I may have done by accident. So we're on the Y's. Y minus... Yeah, that should be left as 3, shouldn't it? Forgotten what I was saying now. So yeah, so if I run that, obviously it'll still work because it's a variable. Now if I go down into my rooms, and we'll just pick a random one. So let's say room 3, list 108. If then go sub. I think that's the right place to put it. We'll soon find out. So if we say let's have it in green. Now let's see what happens. I'm probably going to have to change that back as we come out of that room. So when it equals, if I equals 3.5 and then I want to turn it back, I'll turn it back to 5 again. So now if I go into room 3, hopefully it will turn green. Here we go. 2.5. So the next room should, fingers crossed, be green. I must have put it in the wrong bloody place. Why didn't it work? I must have put it in the wrong place. What's going on here? Ink 4. I love it when it doesn't work. Because when it doesn't work, it makes you think, why doesn't it work? I think I know why. I know why. List 900. I've got to change that to I. Because it's ghost sub in there and it's already blue, isn't it? So let's try it now. It should work now. So when that R says 3, it should turn green. Come on, please change green, please. Why isn't it changing green still? Interesting. Bollocks. Where is it now? Stop rushing. Why isn't it turning green? If R equals 3 and Y then clear screen. It's because I've put ink 4. You idiot. It should be let I equal 4. Let I equal 4. Okay, that's why it hasn't done it. And then obviously when I'm turning it back blue, we need to put it before the go sub, obviously. Let I equal 5. So now it will go green. I promise you. I can't believe I put ink and not I. Why? It still hasn't gone green. Why hasn't it gone green? Then think I might have put it in the wrong place. Should be there. I've put it in the wrong place. That's why. Let I equal 4. We'll get there in the end. Have I written that out twice there? What's going on? I seem to have two. Oh, that's for door changes. Hang on a second. I'll see what I'm doing wrong. I'll see what I'm doing wrong here. Right, I can see where I've messed up. What I need to do is it needs to go. So then let R equal 2. I'm trying to see where it says. There it is. That's where it should have gone. Should have made it go, change the colour in the room that I'm leaving. So it should be there. So let R equal 3, let I equal 4. Probably find where I've asked it to change back the colour. It probably won't work. Let's just see if that works before we worry about changing it back. Still not changing colour. Ah, there we go. 3.5. There we are. Collision detection's working. Yeah. So yeah, it's just it's just trying to get my head around where to put it. So it was in 3.5. Still can't understand why it's not turning green in room 3 though. Not that it matters. So that's where it should have gone. Need to put it before the ghost sub. That's probably why it didn't do it before. Didn't put it before the ghost sub, did I? Let's go yellow for this one. So where was the other one? Yeah, that's why it wasn't green, because I put it after the go sub. It needs to go before it, so that when it goes subs to the room design, it changes colour. Right. Apologies for my little fuck ups there. Just trying to get my head around what I'm actually, how I've actually programmed it. There we go. We got there in the end. So that's now green. And I did do one of the rooms as yellow, but I can't remember now which one. And that doesn't seem to be working, so I've messed up there somewhere as well. So there we go. We've got, where did I do the yellow one? Why didn't it turn yellow? What I should have done was, when I was writing this out, I should have put the colours in then, and then I would have understood where things are changing. I'm sure I put a let I equal 6 somewhere. can't see it for looking. Anyway, I don't want to waste too much time on this stream messing around with colours. That's not what I wanted to do tonight. So I might just leave that for now. I get the idea where it's got to be. I can tidy it up later. I don't want to waste the stream messing around with changing colours, if you get my what I'm saying. If I put that there, that should change back. I don't know where I put that 6 now. Of course, that won't work because I've changed the colour. With me messing around changing that colour, I have completely fucked this up. I should have left it alone. Should have left it alone rather than listening to the chat room and trying to do. Told you, when I do these, I put myself on the spot. What you see is what you get. Obviously, when I'm doing one of my polished videos, you don't see this bit. So it's just to show that I am. Let y equal 3. So R5. It should have gone. You know why, don't you? You know why? Because it's green and the collision detection has kicked in. So what I need to do there very quickly is I'm going to change the colour of it. Ah dear. Right. There's that. I've just found the list 112. I've just found where I said to turn it yellow. So get rid of that. I can't, yeah, get rid of that. And where is it? I'm trying to find where I drew the little X. I will have a read in the comments at the moment. You're probably all laughing at me saying, what the hell is he doing? Getting flustered, that's what I'm doing. Because I'm aware that I'm being watched. And I'm not doing very well. Right, let's change that. That's why it's not working, because I've got the collision there. So let me just put that. We'll get rid of that inverse, and if I want to keep it green, I could just put paper 4. So that's what I'm going to do. If I want to keep it green, yeah, that should work if it's paper 4. That's interesting to know. With when it's inverse, it was green, and the ATTR kicked in. I'd understand if it was ink. It was ink, wasn't it? I did ink for inverse 1, yeah. That's why, yeah, okay. It actually looks quite nice in the green as well. Right, so let's see if it works now. Yes. Now my man's not moving. Why isn't he moving? I have created a whole lot of problems just changing the colour on that. A whole lot of problems. Because the ATTR now has decided it's not going to move my man, and I think it's because I've changed it to ink green. I want to find where I did it green. And change it back to 5. Do you know what I'm going to do? Because I'm getting myself in such a model here, I'm going to abandon that and I'm going to reload it. And this is the beauty why we save. Because I'm wasting too much time there. And I'll have to work out, go back into it at some other point and do the colour changes then. But I'm not wasting any more time on it. I'm getting frustrated and angry with it. This is not what the live stream was meant to be. So, I want to put a nasty in. All right? Sod the colour changing for the moment. This live stream has not gone well since I pushed start live stream with echoing, and now I'm struggling with the simple task of changing colours. But I can't be asked messing around with it for hours and hours, because this live stream will eventually become boring. Yeah, I'm just reading through the comments. Just quickly, I wish the Specky had a renumber feature like Samco, but it does have a renumber feature. Okay, and I'm going to show you. You can do it in 128K. I'm not going to do it though, because I just thought of something. I've had problems with that when I've assigned variables to Go subs, you know. For instance, line list 300, where I've got these numbers here, they're Go subbing off. Now, I've had issues before when I've done a renumber, it doesn't renumber those for me. So then I've got to go back into the program and work out where they need to be. So I'm not going to do it. Just thought then, actually, when you said that, if I hadn't have done that, then I would have shown you the renumber process. But you can do it in 128K, and I have this on the Spectrum, retro game Spectrum. On the original ROM setup, I can select 128K. Change the trapdoor color though. I do sympathise with you, Alex. Thank you. That's why it wasn't working, wasn't it? Because the trapdoor was green. And as obviously I've gone through it, the green's still there, even though you can't see it. It's working in the background, and it's confused it and jammed the players. So yeah. You got to remember, I'm being watched by you guys here. I'm on the spot, so I'm going to make mistakes, and I want to make mistakes because everyone does. Everyone struggles with it. It doesn't matter how experienced you are. You get these little glitches that come up. So anyway, I want to put a nasty in there, yeah. Now I said earlier about Go subbing. I don't really like if I'm moving a character and it's on the screen all the time. I normally keep it within the gaming loop, which is there. But in this case, I don't want to do that because for the simple reason is I don't want a nasty in every single room. So let me run the game and let's decide where we're going to put the nasty. I'm not going to have it there. What about if we put it in room 2? We put something in room 2. Maybe that would work. So if I put something in room 2, so I know the variable is going to be R2. So let me just see what space we have where I can put. Now I want to try and keep my nasty moving. I don't want to go something too far away. I haven't left myself a great deal of room there. This is where a renumber would come in handy, and I will do the renumber when I'm not on the live stream, because if the numbers do need changing, I don't want to waste, like I've just wasted time trying to work out ink colours, doing that now. So I've got 5 spaces if you look, from 75 to 80. I could possibly throw in a little program in there to get something moving and then just go something to there so it hasn't got to travel so far. Now, I like to try and keep, especially a nasty moving, as close as I can to the main loop. So when it goes up, it hasn't got so far to travel, rather than counting through all the lines to get where it needs to be. Running through the basic interpreter to find where the number is, if you know what I mean. And whether I'm right in saying that, I don't know. But it seems to work well for me, and that's how I've managed in a lot of my games to get things moving at a reasonable speed. What I could do is move that up to 45. Why have I got that? If OXIX equals 6, then stop. That can come out. That's no longer being used. That was put in there as a bit of a test, and I'm not using the colour 6 anywhere, which is yellow, so that can come out. So we're making a bit of room already. We've got 35, 40. That can go up. That can stay where it is. So I've got no, if I move, no, I'll move that up to 45 for now. I'll get rid of 65. What I'm trying to do is open up a bit of a gap there, so I can move that go to up, just to give me a bit more room. Move that to 70. Move that 70, sorry, to 50. Get rid of 70. We don't need it there now because we've already got it. And I'll move that up to 60. In fact, 55. There we go. Just make sure I haven't deleted anything that shouldn't have deleted. No, all's good. All's moving. Right. So line 55, now I've got a bit more of a gap there from 55 to 80. I'm going to build my little movement of character inside there. I'm going to use a similar method of moving the character to what I did when I designed my isometric game with the nasty in there. It worked well, the program that I used. And I've actually got it in front of me to read off rather than trying to remember it all. I'm going to have to put some variables in place first, obviously, to move the character. But if I just put the main part in, because I'm going to do this as a go sub. So if I put 6, I don't want to waste too many lines with rems, but I'm going to put it just so we know what it is. So that's going to be my nasty there. Okay. I'm going to go in counting 5s. I'm just pulling it up on the on my little notepad here because I wrote down the code, so I wasn't stumbling too much like I am already tonight. So I'm trying to remember what variables I've used. So let's go to the variables first, because I don't want to put in like let A equal something if I've already used A. Let me list 300. So there's my variables there. Not many in there at the moment, so we're okay really. If I put 320, now these are the variables for the nasty. I don't appear to have used the letter A yet. So I think I'm just going to stick with the letter A. I think we're good to go for that. I'm going to go let A equal 8. Let b equals 16. Like I say, I'm using the same program that I created for my isometric game, where I got the nasty to move in quite a nice little fashion, really, randomly jotting all over the screen. Let b equal OB. So that's our first lot of variables. Right, and I'm going to put let G equal 1. Let F equal 1. Okay, so yeah, happy with that. So that's my variables for my nasty. Now let's go back to line 80, not line 80, line 60, and I'm going to go 65. Let A equal A plus F. Let B equal B plus G. All right, so then I'm going to put 70, print at OA, comma, whoops, OA, wrong O, OA, OB, and then I want to go and OA is more or less than A. So this is so it doesn't leave a trail behind. Or OB is more or less than B. Close that in the bracket. And then we put at AB. And this is where I'm just going to put a graphic block in there. So that will be our nasty. Let's put him in the color red. Okay. So don't want to be messing around with colors all night. Colors and echoes have not been my friend tonight. Right, okay, so that isn't going to work. Why isn't that working? Oh, because why have I put equal? What the hell's happened there? There, right, okay. So 75. In fact, I'm going to drop that. What was that? Well, that was 65. Just give myself a bit more room. I'm going to put that as 65, 67, 68. I'm going to go 68. I'm leaving gaps there. I could go 66, but then if I come back and think, oh, I still need to squeeze a bit more in. I'm just leaving myself. I'm just very wary that I'm getting very close to that 80. So now I might have a play with this after the stream, because I reckon I could probably condense this down even more, but I know this works, so I'm not going to mess around too much. I'm going to put a little rem statement there. That will make it go up, just so I know when I come back what the F variable does. So F makes it go up. I'm going to go 73. If A equals 15. So this 8 that I've put there on line 70, if A equals 8 and now A equals 15, that is it moving up. So it go up to position 8 and then down to position 15. When I eventually get it moving on the screen, I might have to alter them, because it might be too much, too little, or what. So that'd be -1. I'm just put a rem there, and that's down. Okay. Right, so now we need to do the other movements, the left and right movements. 70. We can go close to this one. If B equals 17, then let G equal G minus 1. Okay, so that's obviously going left. Yeah, and then 75. If B equals 10, then let G equal G plus 1, and that will be going to the right. So now I know that G takes care of the right, F takes care of the left. And I'm going to put 77, I'm going to go return. Okay. Now, what room did I say it was going to be in again? I can't remember. What room was I going to have it in? Was it room 3? Room 2, wasn't it? So if I put, so I've got a little bit more room there now after moving them numbers up. I'll put it at 53. If R equals 3, then go sub 60. Now this, is this going to work? Let's see. Let's see if it works. Hopefully we'll have a box moving. Nothing. Why is that then? Oh, because you put 3. Oh, there should have been 2. There we go. So we now got a little nasty moving around to get past. As you can see, did you see the speed difference? Look, see how fast I'm moving here. As soon as I go in there, it gets sluggish. I can feel it sluggish. You can see it's sluggish. My character has slowed up a bit. Now that is because I've go subbed it. Now I'm going to show you why I don't usually go sub things like this. Now what I could have done was changed all of this and put let R, if R equals 2, next to every single one and keep it into the main loop. But the problem is, that means I'm going to have all those extra lines inside. Let me run it again. So you see the speed, the performance, it's not that sluggish, is it? You know, it's moving at quite a nice rate. As soon as I move into where the baddie is, it does slow down a little bit. Not, in fact, it's not that bad, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, I can notice difference because I'm the one pushing the keys and playing it. You guys can only see, but there is a slight lag. Not much, but it is there. Do you know what? Rather than mess around with it, I'm tempted to perhaps just leave it alone. Because that nasty at the moment, he's basically trying to prevent you from getting through that door. In fact, do you know what? I'm not going. What I was going to do. I was going to get rid of line 55, and I was going to put it at line 77, and then I would have put in front of all of these if R equals 2. Then carry out those commands. Or another way we could do it, if R equals 2, then probably an easier way to do it would be to go to 60. Okay. Then 55. I'm just going to rend that out. So that's no longer in effect. That now won't work. I'm going to change that return. Go to 20. Of course, I've got to change that as well because yeah, that's got to stay in there actually. So if R equals 2, it will go to 60, do that, and then go back, and it'll just, yeah, right. That should, let's see if we've got any speed difference. Now, to me, that is it any quicker? What do you think? Can you see any difference, or do I keep the Go sub in there? Because now that is all in the gaming loop in effect. Let's just see if we can see any difference. So 77 will be a return. Any difference in performance and speed? Let's see. I think they're probably very little, I would say. It's still, it looks exactly the same. So with that little experiment there, I'm going to leave it as a Go sub. I think it probably makes sense to, because obviously as the game progresses, I'm not going to want to keep doing stuff like that. But it was just a little experiment to see whether a go-to would be a little bit more efficient and quicker than doing a Go sub. Let me have a look in the comments to see what you think about that little experiment. Right, let me just scroll down. Or scroll, yeah. I've missed a lot. I'm probably going to have to read a lot of this once the stream's over. Um, 15 people, 17 people watching. Thank you for joining the live stream. I'm trying to see where you've noticed the thing moving, the nasty moving. We've got a Ronald Excellent. Let's discuss loves cool. Well, nice, Alex. Will E has said that. Looks okay to me. A tiny bit of slowdown. I tried to write one basic game in the 90s. I gave up. It looks slower. See, I'm reading this about what looks slower, the Go sub or the Go to. The Go to 20 is quicker by a bit. Yeah, I agree. I think it was a little bit quicker, wasn't it? And this is what I've been experimenting with a lot of my games now, especially when I'm moving a character, is doing what you've just seen me do there. I kind of, I read somewhere about the speed, one of these books that I bought from one of the professional basic programmers. I can't remember his name now. Programming Your ZX Spectrum by Tim Hartnell and Dilwyn Jones. They do a speed test in one of the books I've got from them here, and there is a difference in speed between, you're only talking seconds, but it can make a big difference. And that's why I kept the nasty right underneath the gaming loop, so it's there straight away. Because I couldn't have done that if I'd go subbed it to line 1000 or something, because obviously my gaming loop's right at the top of the screen. So that's why whenever I'm putting a nasty in, I like to try and keep it as tight right up against the gaming loop as possible, just to help it move. And as you can see with move, I mean, do I need to change the movement of that character, or do you think it looks all right like that? Should I make it go up just a little bit more, or perhaps leave it alone? Let's have a play. Because obviously that was programmed for my isometric game. So up, if I change the up to if we're going up, we're minusing the number. If I go up to 5, maybe, let's see what happens. Remember, it was 8 before. So if it does mess up, I can just change it back to 8. So now that should be going up a little bit higher, which it is. Oh, I quite like that. That's doing lots of random stuff now. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Might make it go up one more, because if you look at the bottom, he actually touches the blue, the Scion wall. So let's make him touch it up the top as well. So now he should go up to number 4. Should go right up and touch it. There we go. Now you can see why I used that program for the movement, because I had such good results with it. And I just experimented with that. When I was doing my isometric game, I just thought I'll try something, and I managed to get this effect with it, which is pretty cool. That's better. Now it's covering a lot more of the room. Easy to get past him, obviously. And there he is. So I come out of the room. And what I did have problems with before when I'm using this is got to make sure that the movement isn't affected as and when I move out. It seems to be working all right. So now we need to put a bit of a collision detection in there. So I'm going to keep it, for now, I'm going to keep it in there in the Go sub. I'm going to put the collision detection also in the Go sub as well. So 76, because unless I've got loads of nasties in every room that were red, then I would probably say, oh, I'll put it in the gaming loop. But in this case, I haven't. So now, is my ATR going to work all right with this? Equals 2. I'm just going to put then stop. Do you know, there has been a time where I've pushed symbol shift and A, and I've accidentally, the shift key couldn't have been pushed, and I've pushed new, and I've gone and smacked enter without realizing and wiped the whole lot off. And I've done that once with a game that I was creating when I first started off, and I hadn't saved it, and I was absolutely gutted. So every time now I push that stop, I'm like, I get a little bit nervous, you know, because it has happened before. So I'm just going to stop the program just to see if the collision works. So let's let that red box hit me. It didn't work then, did it? So it might not work. It's not working. Yes, it is. It's got to have a direct hit. So it is working. It might work better if I put the ode positions. And this was the problem with the Space Invader game with the collision detections. And when Alan contacted me, Alan from, I can't remember his surname, Paget, I think his surname is, a very experienced basic programmer in our group. He's an asset to the group, to be fair. He basically said, try slowing the Space Invaders down. So as stupid as it sounds, slow the basic down. And you know what? It worked. I've now got full collision. I've now got full collision, but it's so slow because obviously I've slowed it down because the bullet was just going through the invaders all the time. And that is basically similar to what's happening here. Going to be an easy baddie to get past, isn't it? Because yeah, the collision detection's working, so that's good. So let's just do a little sound just to say you've been hit. So if I use just see if I'm trying to remember what variables I've used. We'll just go T for T equal 1. 1 to 10. In fact, we'll go 4. We don't want it going on for too long, do we? Beep. Minus T. Next T. Clear screen. I can't remember in the original game, does it respawn in the same room? Or does it go back to the beginning of the game? I honestly cannot remember. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to clear the screen and just restart the whole game for now. We can always go back and change that and just have it respawn in the same room. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it right back to line 15. May have to go back to line 10 actually because of the variables. Yeah, we'll just go back to line 10 just for now. Always change that later on when I work out what I'm going to do. So we've got good speed. There's our nasty. Very easy to get past him. Could probably do with some obstacles in the way, maybe a table like in the game. Yeah, see, I'm going right through him there. So the collision detection isn't great. There we go. Yeah. Now there is a method we could use as a collision detection, which I've used before, and that's ABS. So I'm thinking if I really want good collision, I'm going to use a command which I haven't actually explained much on the channel, and it's ABS. And we should get a better result with this for the collision detection, because as you saw when we were using the ATTR, we weren't getting the best out of the collision. But with the ATTR, this will actually work out around the box. I'm just looking in my notepad here to remember how to put the code in. Trying to remember, kind of remember, but I just want to make sure I get it right. I've had some good results using this when it comes to collision. It sometimes can be a little bit too sensitive, but in this case, I think it will work well. Just trying to find the code for it. Bear with me. Let's see if I can remember it off the top of my head, because I'm struggling to find where I've written it. Either that, I just cannot read my handwriting. I will have a read of the comments in a minute when I've done this. Oh, come on, it's here somewhere. It's here somewhere. Where is it? Been a while since I've used it, see, so I just want to make sure I put it in correctly. I might have to do this from memory, see if I can get it right. I can't find it. Well, I'm going to have to do it from memory because I can't find it. So I know with ABS, Y, and then minus. So my position was up and down. So that would be, where's my, right, so it would be A. That would go in there. If it's less than 2, so this is outside of the character now. So we're a block outside of the character. We're basically, what this ABS does, if you can imagine your character and all the blocks around that character, like that is where it will pick up the collision. And this, I've had some good success with this. So I'm hoping I'm going to get the same here. So B, A and B obviously being our monster or nasty, whatever it's going to be eventually when we change it to a user-defined graphic. So let's try that now. Hopefully from memory I've put that in right. It must be right. It's accepted it into the code. So let's see. Now you saw what it was like with ATTR. Now let's see what it's like with ABS if it works. There you go. You literally, you see how quick that was. It's so quick you don't actually see it touch you. But that makes it a little bit more harder to get through. See, if I go up to him, bang. Now that is why I like using that command, because the collision detection is so much quicker. Look at that. But like I say, you see how it detects the blocks around it. There, see? And what I could do is change that to OY and OX. See if I can get the collision a little bit, a little bit closer. Yeah, that's right, OX. It's pointless having a game where the collision detection, you can walk through the body like I was doing with that ATTR. There you go. So it's a little bit closer now. That was on top of the box. Yeah. change that to OA, see if we can get it a bit closer. But I don't know about you, but I think that's a lot more challenging than the ATTR because we have got better collision detection. Yeah, that's better. So it's near enough touching the side of the box. So that's ABS. Like I say, it's written in my notepad here. You've heard me flicking through the book. I couldn't find it. And luckily I've remembered it from memory. What it was. So let me have a read through the comments. Right. So we got at Animated Alex, laugh out loud. Do you know the original arcade Space Invaders sped up? Not because of good game design, but because it shot speed up as enemies were shot. Yeah. Yes. I did know that because obviously, like a basic program, as you're getting rid of the things that are moving, the program's going to run faster. So yeah, I did know that, and that's why it's sped up. Maybe try to detect collision also with adjacent coordinates instead of direct only. Same room. Respawn in the same room. Yeah, okay, we will do. Isn't a trick to test when the nasty moves and when the player does? And that was from Paul. Welcome to the chat room for all those that are here, and welcome to the stream. Move your ATTR detection. I think you might have made a spelling mistake there. For, I don't know what that says. For player, hit just before player moves keys. ABS is for absolute values, turning a negative number to positive. Yeah. Gods, ABS. Franco beat me to it. My beer needs rum in it. I've got a beer on the go tonight as well, so I'll join you with a glass of rum, maybe. I don't know if I've got any rum. I might have some there. I don't know. You actually know your player XY and baddie XY, so use that instead of ATR. Yeah. So you're on about 17 bootlegs. So you're on about collision onto collision then. So coordinates hitting coordinates. Yeah, we could try that. Again, I haven't had brilliant success with that with ZX Spectrum Basic when it's something moving. It can kind of miss if both characters are moving at the same speed. The collision kind of doesn't work. It should be better just through. Yeah, hit the like, please, folks, if you wouldn't mind. And if you're new to the channel and you like what you see in the content, then please consider subscribing. With these live chats, I see a lot of people, they have their selves on the corner of the screen and you can see them. I'm not really keen on doing that. I was thinking about that today because I want you to see all the program. I don't want my face stuck down in the right-hand corner covering up some of the code. And I'm not here for you guys to look at me and see how beautiful I am. I'm here for you to see the code. And besides that, I don't know how to do it. You've seen me struggling at the beginning of the stream with the echo. So with me trying to even get a little profile picture of me on the corner of the screen there, typing away on the Spectrum and you watching, don't even ask how you do that. I kind of like the format I'm going. Simple and easy. What you see is what you get. I'm going to save this, yeah. And we will save it as... I'm going to put it nasty so that I know that this is where we started to put the nasties in. Now let's run that program again. So I'm quite happy now with the collision detection I've got. on the nasty. As you can see, he hits him pretty damn well. So what I'm thinking now is maybe we should put him in another room as well. What about there? 3.5. So let's put him there as well. So list 53. If R equals 2 or R equals 3.5, then go sub. Now I'm not going to have more than one nasty in the same room because I don't want to. I've got to remember at the end of the day, this is basic, the ZX Spectrum basic language. At the moment it's running at a decent speed. Okay, I still think it was a little bit quicker when I did the go to, so I may change that. You know, get rid of the go sub. Include, there we go, we've got the nasty now in there. And he got me. And the beauty of this now is that I can put that in any room. I'm quite happy with the way that's moving. I don't think I need to do any alterations to that. We've got that working quite nice. And like you say, we do need to respawn in the same room. So that shouldn't be a problem. Just trying to work out how I can do it. Gonna have to clear the screen and go sub 80 perhaps. Let's see. So where are we? 60, list 60. So where our collision is, list 76. I'm definitely going to leave that as the ABS because I just think it works a lot better than the ATTR. Go sub 80. Now if this works, the coordinates are already programmed into the room changes, so it should, in theory, throw the character back to the front where it came in, at the doorway. Come on. Nah. Go sub 80, list 80. That's strange because it should have done it because that's where the room changes are. And as you can see, the room variable is room 2. Room 2 hasn't changed. For some reason it hasn't redrawn the box. I want it to respawn where the character came in. So can't think straight. Get rid of the clear screen. Maybe that's the problem. Clearing the screen. Why am I clearing the screen for? It's not respawning him. So going to 80. I see, yeah. I'm not actually telling it, am I? Because which room was it again? 2.5. It was in room 2, wasn't it? So let's room 2. So if r equals 2, so it goes, I'm sending it to 80. It's obviously getting to line 97 and it's saying if r equals 2, which it does. And yeah, there's nothing in there because it's saying there if r equals 2 and y equals 9, and of course it's just bypassing it because y isn't equal 9. I need to let it go back. Probably going to have to maybe do a separate piece of code somewhere and work out. So for instance, when he respawns, I want him to go to y9 x6. I'm just writing this down. So I want him to respawn there when he's in R2. Because that's where we came in. So I want him to go back to the doorway. Right, so if we get hit there, I want him to respawn there, and that's in room 3.5. Why have I used 3.5 and not 3? It was just personal preference. It was when I was designing it. I was going to go back and change it, get rid of the 0.5, but again, as you've seen with me earlier, just trying to change the ink colours, I thought just leave it alone. You used decimal points for some reason when you were creating it. It's only a variable call. It's not actually going to make much difference. Just leave it. So in R3.5, y needs to equal 9, x needs to equal 22. Where else should I put the baddie? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's... I mean, I could also set it up so the baddie chases us. You know, that was another option I did think about doing. You know, so wherever we come on the screen, it goes towards us. But I quite like it as it is. I'm just wondering, when we go into our we've had a message come through. Alan, when you enter the room, make xx equal x, let yy equal y. Then when you get hit, let x equal xx, let y equal yy. When you enter room, let xx equal x. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. So when you enter the room, I'm thinking about putting the baddie there as well, in room 6. So I'm going to put room 6. I'm going to put him in there as well. When you enter the room, make xx equal x, let yy equal it. Then when you get hit, right, okay, I see what you're saying. Brilliant idea. That was from Alan. I rely on him a lot just to come in and send me stuff like that, because that's great. I think I understand what he's saying. So if I go to room 2, when you get into the room, just trying to let xx equal x. Right, so I'm going to have to put that in the variables, obviously, aren't I? Because otherwise it's going to come up with... I'm going to have to put it up here first, I would have thought. Let xx equal x, let y what whoops let what y equal y. Otherwise, when I put it where what he's suggested, it might not recognize what xx and yy is. Go sub AT. Yeah, but how? I'm kind of trying to get my head around with what you're saying there. When you get enter the room, make x equal x, let y equal y. Then when you get right, okay, I think I understand. Let me put it in how I understand it, and see if I'm getting what you're saying there, Alan. Where are we? Room 2. So if r equals, so I need to find out, right, so it will be list 91. No, it won't be there. It won't be there at all. 96, let r equal to, that's where I'm setting the variables up for that room. There they are there. That's where I want it to respawn. So what you're saying is put let xx equal x, let y equal y. Yeah? And then if I put where my respawn is, sorry if you've already been shouting out in the comments how to do this. He's messaged me again. Maybe I've put it in wrong. So it remembers where you are, was when you first entered room. Okay, yeah. So let y equal yy, let x equal xx. Let's try it. Yes, the man's a genius. Why didn't I think of that? Brilliant. Yeah. Of course, because I've got it OY, haven't I? I used the OY there, so OY and OX. So maybe if I change that to OX. Just notice it's not quite throwing it right back in the door where it should be. That's where it should be, where we see it at the moment when it respawns. So will it do it now? No. Probably because should have put. To be honest with you, I think I'm happy with that. What it's doing. Yeah, perfect. I don't think I'm going to mess with that. It's chucking it back over near the door where it came in. Yeah, brilliant. I like that. I'm going to leave that alone. Thank you, Alan. Just need a little bit of a delay there. Maybe make that not so quick with the duration. There, that's better. So let's see if it works with the other one. It should do. Then what we can do is add a life system there too. Oh, well, it's going to do that, isn't it? Because it still thinks we're in room 2. So 3.5. I need to see where it says 3.5 now. Or is it a case I just put it? Yeah, it would have to be 3.5. So where I make it go to 3.5, list 40. Oh, where am I? List 80, sorry. Why am I going to 40? 3.5. Where have I said to let it equal 3.5? There's 1.5 there. There's 2.5. Oh, come on. Can't find it for looking. Let R equal 3. There it is there. Trying to find where it says let it equal 3.5. 110. There it is. 110. List 110. So that's, yeah. So I need to put it there. Oh, I actually forgot to put let OY equal Y there. What if I put it after that? Would it be better there? Let Y equal YY. Let X equal X. Excuse me while I get the front door. Right, let's try that now. I've changed where we've got our nasty. So we're respawning there, all right. We know that works. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Alan. So it throws you back into the door. And the other place that I put it was room 6, wasn't it? Don't make too much noise.
Well, look, I can't hear it. Where's it coming from?
Where did I put room 6 to? I think it's down here somewhere because room 6 is actually room changes. Here we go. Room 4, 5. There we go. If R equals 6 and let Y equals 16 and let, that's it. No, it's not. That's not it there. List 135. Trying to remember where I put it. It's after the trapdoor. So where's the trapdoor? The trapdoor takes you into room 6. There's the trapdoor. Ghost, there it is. Let Y equal 9. No, that's not it, is it? Go sub room. Go sub. Yeah, that's it. List 1070. Let XX equal X. Let's let equal XX. I can't remember. Is that the right way round? Or was it the other way round? It's the other way round, wasn't it? Double X equal X. That's it. Right. So when I go to room 6, we should now. Yeah, we've got nice collision there now. I'm a lot happy with that. But it's probably a little bit too sensitive. Oh. Go away. There we go. Go, go. Oh, yeah. You see what I mean about the collision detection with the ABS? It's just so much better. So what you could do with that is, if I made when I do the user-defined graphics, where is it? I thought I put it in there. It's not there. That's because I haven't put it there, have I? List 53. I've never put it there. Or R equals 6. Now it should be there. Oh dear. Still think the go-to was probably quicker. It's got slower. The ABS does slow it down slightly as well. So I might change it actually back to go-to in a minute and see if it makes any difference now, because obviously I've got that ABS collision in there, which does have a slight impact on the speed, as you can see. Oh, range? What's going on? List 68. That must be that. Ah. List. I'm gonna have to reset the variables on that, I think. Right. Oh dear, it's all going pear shaped. Lift 80. Where's my nasty? Where are you? List 300. What were the variables? A was 8. A equals 8. B equals 16. So may have to reset them variables for when it goes through the trapdoor. So remember, so list 1070. Let A equal 8. Let B equal 16. So hopefully it'll resync the nasty as well. I might have to do that with every room, in fact, because when I did that with the isometric game, I had exactly the same problem. If the variable count hasn't been reset and it's starting at a completely different number, it kind of throws the movement off of the nasty. I'm not going to have any weapons in this game like in the original, because it's just going to slow it down too much. It's basically going to be a collect game and avoid game. No shooting or killing. Still out of range. It's not liking it. It's list 68. Might have to do the same with what Alan suggested with the nasty, so it remembers where it last was and starts off, maybe. Because 68 is I was hoping by resetting the variables it would have sorted it out, but it hasn't, which is a bit of a pain. Maybe I should have put them where are we? Maybe I should have put them there. No, I was thinking about putting it there, but the problem is it ain't going to work there, is it? Because it just ain't. I'm trying to remember what I did with the isometric game that I created using this, because I had exactly the same issue there, and I would have thought with what I did should have sorted it. In fact, it might be actually because I didn't put the old command in there as well, the over command. List, where's my trapdoor again? List 108. We'll get this working, then I'll save it. Hang on a sec, where are we? There we go. At least I know it's working. Oh, you bugger. See, we could put... No reason why we couldn't put nasty in some of these other rooms as well. Even change the colour of them. When I work out how to do the colours. Still out of range. So it's not liking the go sub call for some reason. Even after resetting it. Am I putting it in the right place? R equals 6, so we're in the right place there, and then it's returning. I can't understand why it's not. So I'm letting A equal 8, let OA equal A, let OB equal B, let B equal 16. Say it's out of range. I've told it to reset itself. So whether I've put it in the wrong place. Yeah, just looked at the comments then, just glanced over, and Bootleg has said something very interesting, and that's why it's doing it. You are using variable F in a for loop in the trapdoor routine, which is also used in your nasty routine. Change the F variable in the trapdoor routine. Yes, that is why. Thank you, Bootleg. That has to be the problem, and I bet that message that has just come through as well is saying the same thing. So it's trying to remember. This is why I should be writing it down, trying to remember what variables I have used and haven't used. This will be the message saying the same thing, I bet, from Alan. If OA and OB off screen. Now, I don't think he saw it either, but I think it is this here, Alan. It's because I'm using F. So if I change that F, I'm trying to think of a letter I haven't used yet. I don't think I've used J. So I'm going to have to go back at some point. I'm going to have to write down all my variables as the program gets bigger so I know what I can and can't use. And it's always like Bootleg's just pointed out, if it's in a for next loop and you don't realise, you get a problem like we've got now. I'm yapping away here. Let's just hope it is that. I may not have to put those variables in now to tell it to respawn the nasty, but I can't see why it would hurt them being in there. Oh, yes, Bootleg, you are a genius. At least someone's, or Bootlegger, sorry. At least someone's reading the code. But there we go. We've now got a nasty moving where I wanted it. Now, if I die there, where's it going to put me? Puts me back in the middle where I respawned. So this is a bit of a pain. Because it will throw you back in the middle where the respawn area is, so you've got to be careful with that one. Oh, why is he's in there as well. Look. That's because it was my the different room. I'm a bit lost in this now. Where are we? Oh. So the next thing I wanted to do is, if I go to the room where I want to do it, I want to collect a key and I want to have one of these doors locked. What time are we on? We've got time. I reckon this could end up being quite a long stream again. It's 10 past 10. Started at 8. Had a little bit of a hiccup at the beginning with this sound, with the echo. And then we had me messing around for a good 40 odd minutes with colour changes, which I gave up on, to be fair, and I'll revisit that at some other point because it's just taking up too much time. So I'm thinking in this one, okay, I'm trying to, no, I went into the wrong bloody room. I went into the wrong room. So I need to get to the right room, which is, so I can read the room number down the bottom because I can't remember which one it was. So if we hit that, if I go into this room, that's strange. I thought I did it differently than that. Right, there it is. That's the room I was looking for. We're back in room 0. That's not, I'm sure I did one of those other rooms with as a closed room, so it was just an empty, just had one door in. I'm sure I did. Yeah, I did. This room here should be a closed room. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of that door. I'm sure I did that as a closed room. Maybe I've when I uploaded it after doing that silly color change thing, I think I forgot to save the changes that I'd made. So it'd be in room 6, and it was, so basically what I'm trying to do, that room that I've just walked into, there shouldn't be another door there. I thought I took that door out and I was going to have that as an empty room, and it should have been room 7. What I've done is, earlier on when I was trying to do the colours, I'd made the change in that program, not realising that I hadn't saved the changes. So I'm now going to have to put that back in somehow. So list 141. So you're now going to see how I did it, because I've got to put in another room. So that's in room 6. So if I go into that room there, that should be 7. Yeah? 1417. Now if I go 143, I could just pull that down actually, just change the numbers. If r equals 7, so I've gone through those, so that needs to be 9. Be 9. If I've gone through 923, I might have to come back and change it. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it goes at 9, 6, so that will be making a right muddle of this. I think I might have done the wrong room here. 3.5. So that's 923. Now that was actually right. That does need to be 3.5. That's the wrong room, because I'm going through on the left. Yeah, that's not the one I wanted to change. It was up here. I think it's like, I'm looking for the door that's on the right hand side, so it will be, oh come on, where is it? That one there, 9-5. That's the one. That needs to be 7. So let's do that at 143. If r equals 7, then let y equal 9. Let 5 equal 22, because I've come through the door on the other side. Go sub. We keep the right door in. I'm going to get rid of the left hand side door. So there's no door in there now. Delete that. Don't want that there. So that's 143. I might put a baddie in here eventually. In fact, I think I will. I might put a nasty in there. Do I need a nasty in there? I might actually move it from... No, I'll leave it out for a minute. We won't put the nasty in there. 145. If r equals 7. So now this is me going... I've gone through the door, now I need to go back out the door. So it will be if r equals 7, then if y equals 9 and x equals 23, then clear screen. Where's clear screen? There it is. Beep. I think that's the beep I did for it. Doesn't really matter, does it? I think it might have been a 2 actually. What did I use? Those are 3s. That's when you're in the special place. So it would have been a 2. And then we want to go sub room, bring the room back. Go sub, and where shall I chuck us on the map? So it needs to be wherever there's a door on the left hand side. So we could go back into 3.5 actually, into the long corridor. Yeah, so I'm going to go sub. So I'm going to need a door on the right, door on the door left, go sub, door right, and then let y equal, so it would be 9, let x equal, I think that's got to be 6. Pretty sure it was 6. Yeah, I think we'll try it. Let oy equal y, let ox equal x, and let r equal 3.5. That should now be an empty room. And if I put in there 1, let's make sure I'm not deleting 150, if r equals 7, then print at 10, 10, inc 6, and I'm just going to use a capital K for the moment just to represent a key, and when later on we'll go back and we can change the graphics and make it flash. So if r equals 7, then we're going to see a flashing K in that room. All right, so remember 10, 10, so that should be central of the room. Right, let's see what happens. So basically I've just designed another room. Let's try and get there without getting killed. I shall read the comments in a minute. Let me just see if this little alteration has worked. I am going to try moving that ghost up again in a minute, because look at the speed difference. Since I've added the ABS, it has slowed it down. So now when I go into the trapdoor, there we go. There's our flashing K. At the moment, we've got nothing to locate it with. If I go back through there, we're back in that corridor again. If I go back through there, there we go. Now I did notice that there was a little bit of a funny thing going on there, so let's just try that again. Down the trapdoor. It's not throwing me enough, is it? I don't think. So that's 922. What did I put it as? So when it comes through the door, oh, it is right, 922. I've put 22 there. Is that the reason? If y equals 9 and x equals 22, then clear screen. So where, hang on a sec, where are we checking it through? So it's not up there, it's this one, isn't it? So if 9 equals, that's not the one. It's up here somewhere. I need to find where I've told it to. Where I've told it to, there it is. No, I have told it to be 22, so I think what the problem is because when I'm in that room, and I'm telling it, it's then you're still standing in the same place, so to speak, aren't you? No, you're not. No, you shouldn't be. Yeah, that might have to be. Might have to move that to 23. I'm trying to work out what I've done here. No, it should be right. It should be okay. "21 people watching. Thank you all for joining me on this live stream where we have an attempt at trying to make ATIC ATAC in BASIC, or my version of it anyway. Not exactly the same, but inspired by that game, I should say. Someone asked earlier, why have I got the doors like that? And it was just personal preference. That's the way I wanted them. I didn't want them in a line. Just thought that looked boring. So that's why I decided to have them a little bit offset like that. It's off. Yeah. I'm getting a little bit of problem there. Maybe this is going to tell me what I've done wrong. This message that's just come through. And we've got a song tap. So maybe I don't know whether Thomas is watching the stream. He's just sent me a tap file of a song, so maybe he's created some music for this. I'll have a look at that later. That's from the same guy that did the Manic Miner music for me, Damien. His Facebook name Thomas. So he sent me a song tap. So maybe he's been watching the stream and thought, I'll design him some music. Who knows? Won't. But yeah, got a problem there. So obviously I've got to go all the way back again. For some reason, we're getting a little bit of clear screen action. I think it's just a case of just getting the calculations right on my coordinates. So I've got 9/6 there. See, there's a little bit of a flicker. It is putting it where I've asked it. It's a bit slow for some reason. For some reason, we're getting a little bit of a delay before it pushes it out for some reason. So let y equal, have I remembered to put the OY position in perhaps? I don't know. Let's have a look. So it's R7. Go subroom, go subroom. right door. If R equals 7, then if Y equals 9 and 23, then clear screen. Got a little bit of just want to try and get rid of that clear screen flickering. Don't know what's going on there at the moment. Didn't really want to put that at 21. Then if 9 equals 22, then clear screen. Go sub. If R equals 7, then if Y equals 9 and X equals 22, then clear screen. Go sub room. I'm asking it to do the same there again. 143. That should be 23, that's why. That shouldn't be 22, that should be 23. Yeah. I think that's why it's done it. Let's see if I've solved the issue. I think all it was a digit out. Once I got that working, I'm going to experiment again with moving that go sub out and changing it to a go to again to see if it will improve the performance. So we fall into there, down the trapdoor. Get past the nasty. Yes. Why is the door come back? Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is the door come back? I haven't asked it to come back. It's not there. If R equals 7. I should have looked. I didn't look to see what the number was at the bottom of the screen. Well, it must have been 7 because otherwise we wouldn't have had the flashing K in there. But why has the door come back? I'd never asked the door to come in. Hang on a second. Maybe it's there. Oh, it's there. Why have I got 2 R7s in there? Did I forget to delete it or something? If R equals 7, then if 9 equals 22 clear screen, B, go sub. Clear screen, let. I think it's doing that. But it can't be because it's not put in the coordinates Y and 6. It was still, I was still sat in the doorway. That's bizarre. What has happened? Let's just run that out a minute. Oh, do you know what? I love it when you get something not working, because it's just like gets the brain working, and I find that more enjoyable when something's not working. Like determined now to figure out why the hell has that door reappeared. All I did was change it from 22 to 23. Maybe that is the reason. I don't know. I'll have another look in a minute. I just want to go there again. I've just remmed that out, that part of the code, because that is where it's calling the door up. But that should have been the door change, me leaving the room. So I've obviously made a mess somewhere. No, it's still there. Why is it there? Room 7. The door shouldn't be there. It's actually not working either. No. It's actually not working, so that's... Why is it printing that up? I managed to get rid of it, and now it's come back again. If R equals 7, so I'm in room 7, so anything that's got R7 in front of it, that is peculiar, because I haven't asked it to come up. There it is, DR. That's the door on the right, door right. The door on the left is coming up for some reason. I've remmed that out, so that's no longer in play. That's where I'm asking it to go into number 7. I've got another message. Go sub DL from Alan, yeah. Go sub DL is door left. So I'm in room 6, which is right. Hang on a second. If R6, then if Y equals 9, go sub. It is that one, isn't it? How did that get back in there? It's got to be that there. I thought I took it out. Well spotted, Alan. I swore I took that out. I'm going to re-watch the live stream and see. I'm getting a little bit tired of having to go back all the time now. I'm going to have to put some sort of cheat in here so that I can just go directly to that area without having to play the whole bloody game every time. Maybe just break into it. I might try that in a minute. Put a variable call, see if it will chuck me into another room. I'll try that in a bit. Let's see if this works first. And then at least I won't have to go through every room every time to check for the error. Right. Has that door disappeared? Yes. Why? I'm sure I got rid of it. Now that one there won't be working because I've disabled it. Yeah. So it's just going to throw me back. Right, okay. I swore I took that out. Am I going mad? Did anyone in the comments see that I actually had that door out and it just came back? Right. Let me just try something. Let R equals 7. I don't know whether this is going to work. No, it hasn't. It hasn't worked. Right, okay. I'll have to work out something. I'll do it off when I'm not on the live stream, putting a cheat mode there so I can just flick through the levels. Probably had to put actually, I'll try in a minute. Maybe let R equal 7, then go sub 80, perhaps. That might have done it. I don't know. I'll have another play. Let's just see if this works first. I'm not keen on that red either. I think that might be better in on Scion, same colour as the rooms. Oh, still not working. So we're in 7. We're in line 23. We clear the screen. We go sub the room. That's strange. It's all there. We're in room 7. Let Y equal 6. So why isn't that going? R equals 7. My Y is at 9 and X is at 22 at the moment. It's chucking me back out. Maybe the nasty's outside the door, pushing me back in. Oh dear, I don't know why what's going on there now then. Now, gone from a stage of having a door there, which shouldn't have been there, and now I've gone the opposite way now. I've got rid of the door and now I can't get back out. Problem is I've got two R7s there, haven't I? Two R7 telling it the same thing. So that's going to have to be changed. That's where the problem lays. I've got two R7s and then I've got one saying what I needed to do. I think this is why I used decimal points before, because now I'm going to have to create a 0.7. So if yeah, listen, then if 9 is 23, then clear screen, go sub room door right. I don't think I need that line in there now, do I? I don't think I need that one in there. 143. Why is that in there? I don't think that's needed. Because all that's doing is clearing the screen, is putting the door back. Let me try something. Let R equals 7, go sub 80, continue. No, it didn't work. I'll have to work that out. I can't keep doing this, playing the whole game all the time to get back to that area. Let me get this bit working and then I shall have a little read in the comments. I'm kind of glancing over now and again to see if anything catches my eye. Luckily I did when this bootlegger suggested the error that I'd made with the 4 next loop. Otherwise I'd still be on that now. So well spotted on that one. There we go. Exactly what I wanted it to do. So that 143, for some reason, I don't know what I did. I'll have to watch back on the live stream, but I think the error was in that one originally, and then I've gone and rewritten it somehow. I don't know. I'm wondering as well, when this one hits you, should I respawn back in the middle or maybe go back up to the trapdoor? So now if I come out of there we go. Yeah, that's working. Brilliant. Right. Let me save that before we go any further. So I'm going to call it I think we're on about, I'll just call it 6. I'm not sure which version we're on now. Let's have a read in the comments, see how you guys are doing. Yeah, bootlegger 143 taking, yeah, 143, yeah. Bootlegger again on the ball. He noticed it was 143. Let's scroll up a bit because you've all been busy talking away and I haven't been able to get to the comments. I won't go too far up. I wish the Spectrum had ZX spin options like the built-in assembler. I'm by no means an expert. Would be nice to play with it. That was from Retro Game Bloke. Will E. Coyote. I never learned assembly, although I tried. Probably not hard enough. I've never done it. Never tried it. So, yeah, yet to do that. Scrolling back down. Ronald is saying, Ronald Game Bloke, it's a little gem of a program. I've played with that program myself. I'm not sure what he's talking about because I think AGD is the Spectrum variant of MPADG is a Windows editor to make it sort of. Oh, right. So he's talking about a program called MPADG in Windows by the looks of it. I started to make Dig Dug, but paused it indefinitely. I'm assuming that's a game you're making. I don't know. Razor line 43 and line 143 and 145 are both R7 rooms. Yeah, well spotted. A lot of you have spotted it. Bootleg again, 143 and 145 action on the same variable numbers. Yeah, 145 is doing left. Yes, loads. You see, if I'd taken my time just to glance over at the comments, we could have sorted that out a long time ago. But never mind, I got there in the end. You need to jump to 150 after 143. Scroll down a bit more. Retro Gaming Bloke, Animated Owl. I would need a break at this point. Laugh out loud. I'd be raging. I can't update the rest so I can see more. Right, okay, yeah, bootleg again, 143. Yeah, this reminds me why I hate big programs on the Specky. So hard to read when lines are combined so much. Let R equal 5, then go through trapdoor. So yeah, 24 watching now. And if you've just joined the stream, we are making an ATIC ATAC game from the ZX Spectrum Classic. I'm trying to do it in ZX Spectrum Basic, the basic language of the ZX Spectrum. I'm using the retro Spectrum, the Spectrum from Retro Games Limited to create this, create all my games using this. We haven't done bad so far. I'm quite pleased with how this has gone. One thing I wanted to try for speed, first thing I'm going to do, list 31. I'm going to rem that out because all that is a counter. So that's no longer printed. And already I'm noticing a difference in the speed because we're not constantly printing that up now. I mean, you must be able to see the difference, look. So we're not constantly printing. No, and it's made a big difference in here as well. See how much that has made a difference. If I put that back in, you'll see the difference. Especially when you're there with the nasty. So let's rem that out. Yeah, I can notice a difference. I mean, I'm playing it and it feels quicker with that out, definitely. Slows down a bit when there's a nasty in the room, not too much though. I am going to try something in a minute, and that's what I'm going to try now actually. So I've remmed that out, just to, obviously, because I'm going to want to put that back in at some point when I'm carry on developing the game so that I can read the coordinates and stuff. Now what I did earlier was, there's our nasty. And like I said, I like to try and get the nasty as tight up to that game loop as possible so it hasn't got so far to travel when the basic interpreter is reading through the code trying to find it. Now I got rid of, what I did last time was, I got rid of the go sub. I got rid of that and I put go to 60. Okay, so it's going, it'll jump over the 55. Okay, so when R equals 2 or R equals 3.5 or R equals 6, those are my room numbers where the nasty is. I'm going to come down the code and I'm going to change that return to a go to 20. So rather than it being a go sub, it now becomes part of the game loop. Okay, so there it is, 77. Look, go to, up the screen. So when 53 is read, it will then bypass line 55 and go straight to 60. Hopefully. So let's see if that has made a difference. Obviously there's no change yet. We go through there. Now does it feel quicker? I think so. Look at that. Look at the difference. It's now inside the gaming loop. I've got rid of the go sub, and this is what I was saying earlier, and I've tried this with a lot of my games. Just removing it out of a go sub will, and putting it into the game loop. If it's constantly moving, have it in the game loop. Now that feels quicker to me. I'm going to change it back so we can see the difference. So let's quickly change it back and see if you can notice the difference. In fact, what I'll do, so I don't have to keep changing it, I'll just rend that line out and put go to 60. so then we can see the difference. And come back down to list 77, change that to a return. And now we're back on a go sub. Are we? Are we on the... yeah. No. Yes, we're back on the go sub. So, is there any difference in speed? Watch the speed of the A. To be fair, it's moving at a reasonable speed. Let me get to another nasty to see if it it's moving pretty swiftly through there. Now with a nasty again, there's a slight lag. Not too bad though. Now let's where is it? List 77. Let's change that back to a go to 20. I'm going to run that one out. That's where we're telling it to, oh, not run. That's where we're telling it to go sub. And we're going to try the go to instead. So you tell me if there is a difference now. Is it the same? Or is it quicker? To me, I think it looks quicker.
That was my tips for today.
Hello, what do you think? Are we going for a go sub or are we going for a go to? Personally, I think the go to is faster. So I'm tempted to leave that in there. It does feel faster, Ronald. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Because I'm going back and forth all the time. I'm finding it hard to know now. Am I gaining anything from it? It's almost like I need it side by side to see if it's working. Unfortunately, obviously I can't do that because I haven't got two spectrums rigged up with the same code. I'm just reading what 17 bootleggers saying there. On room draw routine, set baddie equals 0. Then on any room you want a baddie, let baddie equal 1. On line 54. So if not baddie, then go to 20. Well, that's a good shout. So let's see if we can put that into practice and remove line 55. So let me get there. On room draw routine, set baddie equals 0. Then on any room you want a baddie, let baddie equal 1. On line 54, do if not baddie, then go to 20 and remove 55. Go to is fine, to be fair. It probably is faster as it doesn't have to have a pointer to go back to. Exactly. That's why Retro Game Bloke, that's why I thought I would test it and see. Obviously it's making the game loop slightly bigger because obviously it's now taking in the nasty movement. I mean, that is something else we could look at. There's the nasty movement. It's perhaps I could condense this down You know, we got 4 lines of if there. Maybe I could condense that down into let statements like I've done before when I'm moving baddies, but I'd have to work out the code for that. I'm not going to do it tonight. But that's another option. Maybe I could condense all that down. I'm a little bit anxious and to change it, really a bit nervous to change it because it works. Do you know what I mean? But maybe there's an option there to condense that down a bit. The ABS is, I'm going to leave that in there as my collision detection. I think that's working well. A lot better than the ATTR as well. So there, I mean, I'm only adding an extra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines. I am going to do what Bootlegger has suggested there. So if baddie equals 1, whoops, just let me read up again what he said. On draw routine, set baddie equals 0. Then on any room you want baddie, let baddie equal 1. On line 54, do if not baddie, then go to 2020. Yeah, I like that. So $54. If I'll call it bad equals 0, then go to 20, wouldn't it? Yeah. Get rid of 55. And that there will be flicking heck. I hate it when it does that. If bad equals 1, then go to 60. So in the room routine, I guess I can just put that at 82. If I put 82, let bad equal 0. Well, no, I don't need to put it there, do I? It can go in the variables. I'll leave it there. No, because when it comes back, it'll want to, when the baddie's finished, it'll want to clear it, I suppose. Now I need to find... which ones did I have the baddies in again? It was 3.5, room 3, wasn't it? So if I run that at the moment, it's probably going to come up with an error. Yeah. List 300. Let bad equal 0. Right. So now I need to go back to my room changes. I've just got to make sure that I put them in the correct place. So where it was going in room 2, so we want, there it is. Let R equal 2, let bad equal 1. So hopefully that now, yes. Now that, the speed on that is nice. I like that. I'm going to keep it as in the go-to. It does feel quicker. Now, where was the other baddie? I can't remember now because I'm going to make sure I got it in the right place. It was in here, wasn't it? 3.5. So where it goes 3.5. I'll have another read in the comments in a moment, just in case anyone else has come up with some suggestions. I like to try and get you involved if I can. So I'm looking to see where it says let room equal 3.5. There it is. So that's reduced that code down a little bit for us, and plus it's going to be easier if I want to add another baddie in future. All I've got to do is put let bad equal 1. And then the last one, it was in room 6. So I need to find where it said let room equal 6. Room exists. So it must be up here somewhere. Where is it? Let R equal 2. Let R equal 4.5. Room 6 was the one with all the 4 doors in, see? I'm going to try. Oh, I'll tell you where it was. In the trapdoor routine. There it is. List 1070. And what I can do is I put this in, didn't I, for when I was trying to figure out why the nasty was going all over the place. I didn't need it in there now because thanks to Bootlegger, he mentioned the 4 next loop on the trapdoor was the problem using the variable f. So let bad equal 1. Right. Let's run it again. We've got 20 people watching. Wow. So if you've just joined the stream, we're making ATIC ATAC in basic. Just getting the skeleton up, really, just the backbones. And then we'll start adding user-defined graphics. It's an inspired game. It's not going to be exactly the same. So I need to come up with some idea. I think in the original game you had to collect some pieces, didn't you, and take them back to the main room. So I've even added a trapdoor, like in the original, where you had the hose in the ground. Right, yeah, sorry, I forgot exactly what I was doing. I was checking to see if the baddies were there, and the baddies are there, so that's great. And that's back to the beginning where we started. So let's go for a little walk around now, just to see if everything's working as it should be. Should be able to go back in. And the baddies disappeared. Do you know what? I quite like that, though. I'm going to leave it like that. Because you'd think you'd go back and the baddie would be there, but no. he's not. And I'm going to leave it like that. I quite like it. I think we need a baddie here as well. So I'm going to put a nasty there eventually. If I go through this door, basically takes us around again. You have to walk right round again. Mind you, I can't understand why the nasty hasn't come back in there. Well, print R. It's in 3.5 and I'm just... I don't know why it didn't come back. But anyway. It might be because I haven't told it to. Oh, I know why. It's because when I'm going through that door, I need to recall it back in. So, yeah, that's an easy fix. But I'm not going to worry about that because it will mean I'm going to... Yeah, don't worry about that. That, in fact, it might actually be doing the same, which I didn't check. Is it doing the same with this one? Yeah. I haven't asked the nasties to come back when you're going through the other door. And see, it's disappeared. If I go back through. So when I'm coming back from the other direction, I need to call the baddies back. So I didn't realise, because I've always been going in one direction. So that's something else I need to go back and add as well. So we're going to go in there. We're going to get the key. And then I've got to decide which room I'm going to have locked. You know, so obviously you've got the key. Which door am I going to have locked? So it's going to have to be a door really where maybe one of those 4 doors perhaps when we drop into the down the trap door. Don't forget I can always add another room as well. So yeah, let's go back down there. Let's stand out of the way. I might have to respawn him in a different area because the nasty's getting him straight away. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe have one of those doors locked somewhere. But you need to go, obviously need the key. Maybe put the key somewhere else. And I'm not, if I walk through these doors, I won't be able to come back into this room. I've got to go all the way around again. But we've got that room below me is a blank room. That takes you back, actually takes you back to the beginning. But there's no reason why I couldn't maybe have that one locked. Or have the top one locked. I mean, I've programmed it so we're just going around in circles all the time and randomly appearing in different rooms. So, you know, we're getting to the point now where we need some sort of objective to the game. What are we going to do? What have we got what have we got to do in the game, basically. And thinking back of the original, you had to collect parts. I can't remember how many bits you had to collect. From memory, wasn't it a big key you had to collect or something to open up the big main door? So I'm thinking maybe do the same. So in each room there'd be a part, you got to go and collect them. You got to get keys first to go into those rooms, and then get back to the where you originally started. So if we go back to where we originally started, maybe on this wall here we can have like a big yellow door or something, which you've got to get the key for, and you hit that yellow door and it's game completed. So that's what I'm thinking. You start off in this room, you've got to get through this wall here, and this wall here I will put a big door here coloured in yellow, and it'll be locked. And I can do that with the draw function. I could just probably draw it on there, or make a cutout like I have here using the block graphics off the keyboard and just have them in yellow in colour or something, or they could be even keep them as magenta if need be. And then we got to go around, collect the parts, but we need at the same time to make it challenging. You know, there's no reason why I couldn't add another doorway, say in this room, which leads into an empty room where you collect a key, or there's a doorway here that's locked with an empty room above it, and we've got to find the key, go all the way back there to open it, and there'll be a part hidden in there. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's a lot of potential here now to build on it. Obviously I've got to do the user defined graphics. Do we go for something different than a moving man? Maybe have a bouncing ball, I don't know. I think it needs to be a little man or something, doesn't it? But at the same time, I don't want to make the user-defined graphic too big. I'd like to try and keep it as just 1/8 block bit as we've got there, because I'm thinking about speed, performance, efficiency, and the limitations of BASIC. I don't want to spend a lot of time designing a character which is 2 blocks high. So say the K was its feet, the A was its legs. To me, it'll be easier just to keep it as like we've got there in A. Just turn that A into a little graphic man running around, and I could quite easily create some sort of animation to make him look like he's running. I don't think we need to go any bigger than that. I just want to try and keep the print value down for when we're having stuff printed on the screen. So I'm just printing an 8-bit block rather than 2 8-bit blocks for a character. Because what I don't want to do, I'd rather have a playable game than something that looks beautiful to look at but is so slow to play. Because like I keep saying, this is basic and we have to keep that in mind. I don't want to compile it. The idea of this challenge is to keep it as basic. Anyway, let me have a little read through the comments. Got 21 people watching. I haven't got work tomorrow, so I can stay on a bit later. So let me know what time you want me to stop. If I am to stop, probably be midnight. So at least another just under an hour. What are we on now? 20 past 11. So yeah, I'm happy to stay on a bit longer if you're enjoying the stream. I'm aware that many of you may have work tomorrow. Right, okay, let's have a little read through the comments. Let me scroll up a bit. Obviously, I haven't been able to read them all. Just want to see. Just scanning through here. We've got Retro Gaming Bloke. I'm starting from this line here. He says to Ronald 48, yeah, I love BASIC as well, but hate the character square movement. You can get around it, but it needs a lot of user-defined graphics or clever plotting routines. And you've just hit the nail on the head there with what I was just saying. If I was to mess around getting the user-defined graphics running like lovely, then yeah, we're going to run into slowness. We're going to affect the efficiency. The other thing I could do, and if you follow the channel, you would have seen it. I did the isometric game where I did a drawn square moving around. I haven't released that game yet. It's going to be released in December. I could do a draw there. I could have a draw object moving around. You know, so it would be pixel movement. I do feel though that it would probably run a lot slower than what we're seeing here at the moment. So I'm intrigued to perhaps step away from that idea. It's going through too tough for me to spend time on the overall. The best way to eke speed out of basic is to do as little as possible. Yeah, exactly. You're basically saying everything that I've been trying to say the last 5 minutes. Does it feel faster? Yes, this is faster. I think it's about how it feels for the player. Yeah, we've already talked about the bad movement. Yeah, that was a good shout by Bootleg, replacing that baddie with baddie 1 and baddie 0. Go to is flying to be, yeah, just scrolling off red most of this. Anyone tried AI for this? I hate the idea of it, but it's a thing these days. I doubt it's good for Specky Pro. I did try on Google. I wrote in an AI program. I can't remember what it was for now. Oh, when I did the rope swing challenge, I typed it in to AI. And well, let's just say what I typed in did not give me a swinging rope. It gave me a line. It did give me a line, but that line was not moving. It basically just drew a line on the screen, and it didn't move. And when I looked at the code, I just thought, what the hell's it done? You know, it just wouldn't function. I did an alteration to the code, managed to get it moving, and well, I just gave up on it. It just, take it this way, it did not resemble any sort of rope swing movement at all. So no, that's the only experience I've really had with AI. AI is a cheating method. You need to do like I'm doing here, just get stuck into it and get on with it. Fat Belly, how about you have to rescue a princess? Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe have the princess locked in one of the rooms and we got to get the keys to rescue her. Yeah, I like that. Not a bad shout. Will I Coyote has said you are not returning from key room to room which you entered. No, that's the whole point of it. Because the whole point of it is I've done that on purpose. Basically because it's in the trapdoor area. So you have to go to the trapdoor to get to the room with the 4 doors in. But you can't return to that 4-door room unless you go down the trapdoor. And that has been done deliberately. So just to show you, I go down the trapdoor. Imagine you're falling from the ceiling. You're landing in the middle there. Now, if I go up that top door, look, you'd think go back. Oh no. You don't return to the 4 doors. Now I've done that deliberately So it's like that on every door in that 4-door room you go into. You don't come back into the same room. And I've done that deliberately. Bootlegger saying still need to fix the ABS check, both X and Y check. What's wrong with it? You can replace lines 70, 73, 74 and 75, the nasty movement, with this one. Let F. Okay, I'm going to try that. The ABS, let's just go to that a minute. But Manti, I don't know how you say your name, Manti Duke, I think, has just come up with a routine for the nasties. So while I've got that fresh on the page, I'm going to do that now. And then what we will do, I'll just go and have a look at this ABS. But before I do that, let's just go to the nasty, because I want to try that, what he's just said there. Because this is exactly what I wanted to do, change it to let. So you could replace line 70, yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put 69. I'm going to write in what you've said there. Let F equal F plus A equal 4 minus A. Hang on a sec. What have I done here? It needs to be in the brackets, doesn't it? Let A equal 15. Let, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, that I wanted to try and improve this. And lo and behold, this is why I love doing these live streams, because you get to learn so much from you guys as well, contributing. Because I'm no expert, you know, I only really started learning basic properly back in November 2024. So let me just check that code. We've got let F equal F plus, in brackets, A equals A minus A equals 15. Then we've got let G equal G minus B equals 17 plus B equals 10. What I'll do, just in case, I'm not saying it's not going to work, but just in case, because I don't fancy having to write all this in again. So we get rid of all them. I'm going to rend them out, and if it works, I'll come back and delete it. So what's wrong with the ABS then? You said this still needs looking at. Still need to fix the ABS check, both X and Y check. So I've already got less than 2. I would have made the rooms an array. Easy to say, but definitely easy to work with, I think. Yeah, I mean, Retro Game Bloke, I was thinking that today when I was working on this. Should I do all that in an array? And I'd already started doing the code, and I thought to myself, I'm just going to carry on doing it. And see where I'm at with it. And as you can see, I've got a working platform now, and I can't be asked, to be honest, to go back and do I'd have to rewrite it all, you know. It's maybe I will. As the game gets bigger, maybe I will make that improvement. But for now, I'm just going to stick with what I've got. I don't want to overcomplicate anything, really, you know, at this stage of the game. Not when I've got something working. So I'm going to try that little nasty movement in a minute. I'm just seeing if there's any updates on this ATTR. So Obia, it's not on 3. So Bootlegger, you've put OX minus OB less than 2, not less than 3 question mark. Oh shit, that should be 2. Well spotted, my friend. Well spotted. That should have been a 2. I don't know why it was a 3. Must have been a little flip of the fat fingers there. Pushed the button by mistake. Well spotted. Okay. Someone's messaged me. Let me have a quick look what that message is. Alan, 76. Much, yeah. Alan saw it as well. Well done, Alan. Well, do you know what? It should have been 2. That is my fuck up there. Excuse the French. Well, let's start that. Let's see if changing that code with the nasties has improved it. Tell you what, the nasty's moving a lot quicker. Wouldn't you say? Anyway, that's a lot better. Thank you for that. Thank you for providing that code. That's brilliant stuff. So I'm going to get rid of line 70. Get rid of line 73. Believe it or not, I read in one of those books I was talking about earlier that having a lot of REMs in a program as well can slow it down. Because obviously, although it's in there, it's still got to go through them. So yeah, that's why I don't try and put too many in the program. Let's see if it feels any quicker now with those REMs deleted. Yeah, it's working a lot better. To me, that nasty seems to be moving a lot quicker now. Right, so list. Line 53 can go. If bad equals 0, then go to 60. Yeah, of course it can. Because it's, yeah, line 53 can go. Okay. Bootlegger's on board. He's on the ball today. Thank you, mate. I didn't know that. Didn't know what. Yeah, REMs do slow things. I read it in one of those books I was talking about earlier, where they're doing a speed comparison. And yeah, it can cause a little bit of a delay. Let's discuss it, lover. Has said, I've always thought REM statements slowed basic programs down. Maybe using more statements instead of lines should be faster, as well as using pokes to turn off keyboard clicks. Even the size of the program can slow things. Yeah. Save now. Yes. Save. I think we're on number 7 now. You guys have been a great help tonight on this. This is why, like I've said it before, this is why I like doing these live streams live. You know, it's all right doing the YouTube videos, what I call the polished, edited ones. You don't get to see all this, and this is why I like doing it live, because it shows you that hopefully it's kind of building some sort of relationship with me, with you, you know, the audience, to see that I am not a genius at BASIC. I've never said I am. Like I said, I've been learning this since November 2024. I remembered a little bit of it as when I was a kid, back when I was 11 or 10. I wrote my first game when I was probably about 11, called Monster Trucks. You were a little user-defined graphic truck basically jumping over stuff. It was crap, but to me, it was brilliant. So yeah, just to with the nasty program there, do I still need let A equal A plus F, let B equal B plus G, or can that go? I just noticed it there at the corner of my eye. Can that go as well? No. Of course it can. That's what's moving it, you plonker. Right, okay. So let's have a quick look through the program. I'll pause the screens for a couple of seconds. Have a quick look through that for me, guys, and see if there's anything else that we can perhaps improve, get rid of, not needed in there. I mean, line 5, where I do the colour, you know, the paper colour ink, but I could go sub, get rid of that, put it in go sub 300. So we're moving that up one line more. Is it really going to make much difference moving that? We can get rid of line 31. I can always type that in again. That's only my X and Y coordinates. I don't think really I need to know that much now. So just have a quick glance through, see if there's anything you think can be improved. Line 45, where I've got if y equals 3 or y equals 16 or x equals 23 or x equals 5, that's basically where the doors are. So they're all picking up door locations, and that's where it tells it to go sub to 80. Is there any way we can slim that down? I don't think we can. I think we're going to have to leave that in there. So here comes the nasty. We've improved that. We've trimmed that right down now. So that's looking nice. And we got the room changes. Obviously, this is a big part of the code from line 80. Now, I know what you're all going to say to me. Create, I don't know, a 3-dimensional array and put all that information into an array. That's what you're going to say to me. I know you are, because you've already been saying it in the comments, because this is where the room changes are. But look at all of that. You know, I understand where you're all coming from, but I'm inclined to leave it for the simple reason is it's working. I'm not going to keep repeating myself on that. But yeah, I understand. Maybe all of that could have been in a 3-dimensional array. Just like I did with the isometric game that I made. I did that as an array with all the room changes and stuff. But see, all of this is all the room changes. And to be fair, there's not really now much more we need to add in. Did I see a rem statement there? That wasn't needed. There's not really a great deal now we need to put in there. Apart from, obviously, if I'm going to add some locked doors and stuff, maybe, yeah. Yeah, line 143. That's got remmed out for some reason. So, list 143. Before I delete it, why was it there? Oh, it was because it was in there twice, wasn't it? So that can go. List 140. So obviously we've got the flashing key there, and I need to tell it. That's probably going to have to be in the game loop as well. when we hit R7 and it's on the positions 10 and 10, we need to obviously recognize that we picked up a key. So I might do that next. So it's R7 and 10, 10. That's easy to remember. There's all our variables. 900 is where it draws the room outline. I'm tempted just to leave that rather than go back and do fancy rooms, you know, jagged rooms and long rectangle rooms or what have you. I'm tempted just to leave it as it is. I just think it works. It looks nice. You know, this is only a little basic game. I don't want to overcrowd it with too much code, so I'm going to leave it. Like I said, I will work out, perhaps change the colours of the rooms as we go through them eventually. But due to the beginning of the stream where I was had problems with echo, then ink colours, I'm going to leave that alone for the rest of the night. Trapdoor starts at line 1038. I will go back to the comments in a minute, see if anyone's noticed anything that perhaps doesn't need to be in there. And that's it. That's where we're at. I don't think it would hurt as well for me to do a renumber of this, and say my only worry is when I've done that in the past, if I've assigned letters to a number which is being used in a Go sub, like there on 1070, where I've got Go sub RM, Go sub DL, and Go sub DR, and Go sub DT. Obviously, those have been assigned to numbers, and when I do a renumber, the renumber on the 128K sometimes doesn't recognize that. So I might just leave it alone. I'm a great believer, if it works, leave it alone. Right, let me have a look through the comments and see where we are at. We've got animated out. Yeah, I totally understand. Oh, what's this that's just popped up? Super Chat Go. 10 super. What's this? No, I don't know what that is. Timer 30. What's this crap? Is this another advertisement? Super Chat. I don't have a clue what that is. Anyway, right, let's close that. What's this? Top fans. Go. Have you been having problems tonight with adverts coming out? I think I might have switched them off now. I'm not sure. Yeah, Trapdoor. It was a brilliant game, Trapdoor. Excellent game. I mean, that just showed you basically back, especially for when it was made back then, what the Spectrum was actually capable of doing. So yeah, excellent little game. But I might play that on the next random live stream I do. Might play a bit of Trapdoor, hopefully. Fingers crossed I can get it to work. Don't remove the lines, put a rem on them and try my code. You have done very well for learning code for a year, Alex. Nice work. Yeah, I mean, Ronald, I have been on it constantly, and I mean constantly. I'm on it every day. This weekend, I've been on the Spectrum from what, 10 o'clock in the morning until I'm still on it. You know, obviously I have a break. I've got to walk the dog, take my son to work, and I do have a break, obviously. But yeah, I'm constantly on it. I just love it. I can't get enough of it, and I'm only scratching the surface. There's so much I haven't learned. and I mean, I've got 27 games now I've released on itch, all in basic. Don't get me wrong, some of them are probably crap, but I'm just putting them up there. People are welcome to go into the code and read it and learn from it. That's, if they can learn from me, and like tonight, I'm learning stuff from people in the comments that have come up with some suggestions. It's brilliant. It works. It's a two-way thing, isn't it? I suppose if or slower than expression. Yeah, I've been told that before. That was from, I'm going to call you Manti, because I'm unsure how you pronounce your name. But I heard before that using if can slow the program down a lot. So yeah, I kind of agree with you there, and that's why when you gave the program for the code for the nasty, I jumped on it straight away because I thought, yeah, it gets rid of all those if statements. Second line down. Second part of the ABS is 3. Yeah, I didn't realise that was my mistake. It should have been 2. Rems too slow. Line 53 can go. Yeah, got rid of that. Right, let's scroll down a bit more. I've read most of this. Just having a quick read. Hi Alex, hi everyone. Hello Scott. Nice for you to join the stream. We've got 26 people watching now. I was going to go, but I think I'll stay on because we've got 26 people watching. I can't just abandon you all. Yeah, Ronald 48, exactly. Each program is a stepping stone to a better game program. Exactly. I learned something different every time I make a game. It's like the very first game that I made and I released it on the Retro, the Spectrum. My little claim to fame, because it was said to be the very first game made on the Retro, the Spectrum, was my game Specky, a little platform game. And I'm tempted to rewrite that now because I reckon I could get it to run a lot quicker now. YouTube changed my name. It's Saul. Okay. Scott, the Spectrum community is really fantastic. The best. Yeah, I completely agree. Do you know what? Because I kind of have put myself in the spotlight, if you say, you know, with my YouTube channel, doing these live streams. Years ago, I used to do a radio show, so I'm kind of used to this sort of format, talking alone. And I missed doing it, and I thought this was a bit of a window to do that. I'm not after any fame or anything. I just want to share what I'm doing. I haven't had much drama. You know, I've had a few idiots that I've had to deal with, but that comes with the territory of putting yourself out there like that. But to be fair, it's been brilliant. Everyone in the Spectrum community has been lovely to me. They've been absolutely brilliant. There's only like I said, 2 or 3, which I'm not going to go on about on this live stream, that I had issues with. But it's amazing. The best program I've written is 10 block asshole go to 10, and that's what I did. Block them. So never to be seen again. I don't want negativity in my life. Retro Gaming Bloke, I am interested in a compiler. Never used one for basic stuff, but could be nice. Do you know what? I don't know whether it's on this stick. Let me have a look. Do you know what I'm thinking? If it's not on here, I won't be able to do it. Shall we compile what we've made and see what it's like? I've got encoder 3 on there. Let me go back a minute, because I can't remember whether I saved this. So I'm going to save it. ATIC 8, I'm going to call it. just in case, because obviously when I go to compile it, we could lose it. Block and best program, yeah. No issue with speed there. So let's run this. So we can see the speed. The speed's pretty good. That is very good. Nasty is moving lovely now. The only thing I've got to sort out is what I forgot to do is obviously when I go back into that room, I haven't switched the nasty back on, and that goes for every room with the nasty in, so I need to go back in the program and sort that out. So like I said earlier, that I've deliberately done it so there's no return to this room. Okay? So when you leave this room, you can't go back to it unless you fall through the trapdoor. And I've deliberately done that as part of the game. So I'll go through there, like you go back. Oh, where's the 4 doors gone? No, it's not there. Because I've deliberately done that. Okay? I might put another square around that, a big one above it again. So yeah, if I go through there, look, we're in a different, and like I say, deliberately I've made it do it like that so that when you return, the doors have gone. It's what we call the magic 4-door room. So I'm gonna put this through the compiler. Hang on a second, someone has to come up. On line 50, bootleg sell it again, bootlegger. He has said on line 50, would if R plus Y plus X equals 25, then be faster than if R equals question mark, add Y. Right, okay, that was the line that I questioned earlier, wasn't it? So what you're saying, on line 50, would if R plus Y plus X equals 25, then be faster than if I wonder. So if R plus Y plus X equals 25, let's try it. 51. So what you're saying, I'll rem 50 out in a minute. If R plus Y, where are you getting the 25 from? That's what's confusing me. Then go sub. How are you getting the 25? Hang on a sec. Why are we go sub into 1004? 1040? Why is it go subbing there? List 1040. Oh, that's for the trapdoor. So you're on about the trapdoor. List 50. So let's rem that out. If R plus Y plus 25. I'm not sure where you're getting that calculation from. Oh, equals 25. Why 25? I don't understand where you're getting the 25 from. Plus X. Bootlegger, right, it's responded. R plus X plus Y equals 10, X equals 10, R equals 5. All added equals 25. Is added quicker than an or and statement. Never thought about it before. Check the code more carefully, Alex. Should be R plus X plus Y equals 25. The sum of the ands if you're 50. Some of your ands in the 50. Right. I'm trying to get my head around with what you're saying here. Your line 51 is wrong as typed now. Plus X, yeah? Right, okay, let me just try it. Let me, so 51, rend that out. But that's for the trapdoor. No, it didn't work. Didn't work. Just make sure I've got that right. If you add R, X and Y, then you can add the 10, 10 and 5 to make 25. You forgot clear screen. The clear screen is missing. Clear screen, don't forget the clear screen. Yes, but it did it in the wrong place. Look, that's what I'm saying. It didn't do it in the right place. Look. It happened in the wrong room. That's strange. It was doing it in there. Why would adding a clear screen in there? Hang on a second. I've got it flicking remmed out, you prick. Got it remmed out, that's why I didn't do it. It's getting late. Well, let me just... No, I'm not sure where 25 comes from here as well. I know they're saying, look, if you look at line 50, you've got R equals 5, Y equals 10, X equals 10. So there's your 25. So they're saying change 51. So basically 51 would become line 50. Just remmed it out to check it. So if R equals, obviously would be 5 plus the Y plus the X equals 25. Then clear screen, go sub 1040. Why have I got a clear screen it though? Because if you go to line... I'm completely lost with what... Room 4 and X equals L and Y equals 10 would also equate. It can't work, sorry. Yeah, here we go. So now, yeah, forget it. Of course, forgot it. Forget it. Too many other variables make the same number. Not sure where to. Room 4 and x equals 11 and y equals 10 would also equate. It can't work, sorry. It doesn't work because there are other ways to get r. Yeah. The idea is that 3 adds and 1 compare is faster than 3 compares, but yeah, okay. So now we're saying it's not working. It would work on other scenarios, yeah. You could clear the screen with something like, okay, what's that do then? Clear the screen. I've never seen that poke before, so I don't know. Poke Z255, next Z. Sounds a good speed increase, but no idea how it could work. Might be quicker than using clear screen. Everything is faster than clear screen. Right, so list 51. We're going to get rid of 51. You could clear the screen with something like 4Z. That will be too slow, I think. Pokes are machine code. Doesn't clear screen just do the same thing? Yeah, well, I can't see the point of why I want to put all that poke in. 255 is white. Let me try something. Let me try some in a minute. Fuck off. List 2000. Let me write it down at line 2000. I've already saved this, so if the poke goes wrong and wipes everything, we're all right. Let me write that in, see what it does when I run it. 4Z equal 1638 16384 to, this is a new poke that I've never seen before, so I'm intrigued to see what this does. 225 27 poke Z, comma 255 next Z. Don't forget to remove the rem from line 50. Right, okay. Don't forget to prepare for crash if it goes wrong. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I've already saved this, so we're okay, bootlegger, if it goes wrong. Run 2000, fingers crossed. Well, that's not faster than clear screen, is it? That's just drawing white lines. Good though, I like it, but that's slower than clear screen. So yeah, get rid of that. List 50. Get rid of the rem. Okay. You're just poking the screen memory. Wait, save first. I did save it, all saved. 16384 is the start of the screen RAM. It will be slow. You can do a bit faster doing only the attributes. I showed you it's slow. You need to use characters, but no idea off the top of my head. If you look, and I only noticed this tonight, you can actually see clear screen doing that, but much faster. really fast. It'd be faster in assembly. If you look, and yeah, okay. "24 watching. It is now 6 minutes past midnight. Yeah, I think what I'll do, I did a couple of clear screens there, didn't I? So when I go back through the stream, because I'm going to edit it and cut out all that echo at the beginning, because anyone re-watching this is not going to want to listen to the echoing. So I'll fast forward to the end of the program where this is, the end of the video, and see if I can see what you're saying. So that's where we're at. Good progress made tonight, I think. I'm not going to do any more now. I'm actually getting ready to wrap up now because I've been on this since 8 o'clock. Yeah, some good progress made tonight. We've got some nasties moving around. Still got to put the nasties back when I go through the door because they're not there. But that's an easy fix to make. But apart from that, some good progress made. And a big thank you to everyone who has contributed in the comments in helping to make this program, you know, with what you've put forward. Don't know whether I like that in red. That is one thing I'm going to change before I go tonight. I almost think it should just be white. Or 5. No, same colour as the rooms. So what I'll do is I'll return to this one on another live stream, and we'll look at doing some user-defined graphics, maybe some animation for the user-defined graphic character, a little man running around or something. I just want to try and keep it as an 8-block character though, just for easiness, and that's better. I like that. I don't want to create a... Oh, of course, I can't do it in 5, can I? Because the problem we've got, although I did change it back to 7, the collision detection has kicked in because it's picked up the colour blue. But what I can't understand is on line 1066, I tell it to return back to the colour 7. So why is the collision detection stopping the man from moving if I want it to be cyan in colour? Is this where I have to use, was it ink 8 or ink 9? Quickly in the comments if you know. So basically what I've done is I want the colour of the trapdoor to be in ink 5, yeah, which is cyan. The same colour as our rooms. Of course, I've got collision detection on that using ATTR, so that I can't go through it. Plus, I'm using magenta as well on the collision get me words out, detection for the doorways. Now, in the program, I am asking it to return to ink 7, which is the colour of my character, my letter A. So I'll just show you again. So I wanted that in blue. I like that in the cyan. I call it blue, sky blue, isn't it? Cyan. But I can't move me man. And that's because Cyan 5 is still active for some reason. Oh, it's moving. No, it's not. It won't let me move. And that is because I've changed that to ink 5, sorry. But if you look, line 1066, I then ask it to go back to ink 7. So why? What's going on? Why has it done that? Any ideas? Ink 7 then clear screen. Got the clear screen in the wrong place. Thank you, bootlegger. Yes, of course I have. Now try it. Hopefully that'll work, and then I can say good night to you all. Let's see if it works. So it's something as simple as putting the clear screen in the wrong place. I know when I first started programming, when I was setting the paper color, the border color and the ink color, could never understand why when I ran the program, the paper color in that wasn't set to what I set it to. And it's because exactly that reason. I put the clear screen at the beginning when it should have been at the end. Yeah, bootlegger's done it again. Make sure you tune in next time, please. Brilliant. So let's save that. I don't know what one we're on now. I'm going to put 8. Right. Thank you ever so much, guys, for tuning in tonight. It's been a long one. I think, how long have we been running for? Started again, it's been a 4-hour stream, been going for 4 hours. They seem to be becoming quite regular, these running at 4 hours. Obviously I know we had a bit of a mishap at the beginning with the echoing. I will trim that off if I can when everything's uploaded. Just do me one big favor before you go, to show your appreciation for what I'm doing here. Just hit the like button. That's all I'm asking. Just hit the like button. It helps the channel grow. I want to try and get more people into basic programming. Hit the like button, and if you're new to the channel, please consider subscribing if you like the content. And keep the echoing. It was hilarious. You want me to keep it in? Okay, maybe we should. Be nice to see it compiled. Oh, yes, I was going to compile it. Well, for those of you who want to see it compiled, I'll do it now quickly, okay? I don't mind giving you another 10-20 minutes if you want to see it compiled. We've just saved it, so let's quickly compile it, if it will let me. Sometimes it won't, especially if I fuck it up like that. B close. L black. Thank God I saved it. F clear. Thank God I saved it, because then I actually pushed the wrong button. Oh, that was close. This is how many saves we've done. Yeah, there we go. Keep going. So yeah, make sure it's the right one. Yeah, so I'll come out of that. So happy I saved it. That could have been a disaster then. Now don't push anything. Don't push enter. You go back again, and then you put load code. Okay, and then we push enter and it does its bit. Now this may take a good couple of minutes to do this actually. So for those of you who are still here, I know I just said goodbye, but I forgot I was going to compile it. So for Retro Gaming Bloke, I'm going to compile it for you so you can see it. This sometimes doesn't work. Sometimes it doesn't work. My recent game that I made, the the racing car game, Night Racer. Did I call it Night Racer? I can't remember what I called it now. It doesn't like being compiled for some reason. This may not like that I've used variables for Go subs on Encoder 3. I think there might be an issue there, so I'm expecting it perhaps to fail on that. I've had problems as well when using string arrays on this with Encoder 3. And also REM statements. Some REM statements can cause it to go a bit funny. And another thing, if you've got a very long for next loop, so say you've got, say, for A equal 1 to 1000, it doesn't like it. Just get rid of that and it then will compile it for some reason. But that was me trying to slow the basic down before compiling it. Right, this is looking promising. Let's go to 1. So you go to the first number. Right, it's worked. Whoa. So this is the compiled version. And it is super fast. Look at that bastard go. Look at that go. That is... Well, this is so fast I can't get through the bloody door. I'm surprised it worked. I didn't think it would compile because of all those variables in the Go subs. That's the only slow bit that seems the same. Oh! Oh, if only BASIC was like this. You didn't have to compile it, eh? It's actually quite fun, this speed as well. Come on, go through. Struggling to get through the doors. So, what do you think? What do you think of the compiled version? Brilliant, isn't it? Huh? So far, I can't get through the bloody doorway. There we go. Come on. Let's have one more lap. Go round again. It's a bit of a task to get through the doors. Similar sort of speed to the original, isn't it? Oh, come on. I can't line him up to get him out the bloody door. There we go. I love this speed though. This is a little bit on the fast side, but I'm sure we could slow it down. Anyway, so you break into the program. That's all you get. So just out of interest, now let's I could just write ATIC ATAC, can I? But I just can't be arsed. Just do this. So just out of interest, this is the basic version. There's not a lot of difference. After playing the fast version, this just feels so slow now. Like chugging along like a little tired steam train. So there's your comparison. Right, let me just have a quick read of you seeing it being compiled. Just interested in the process. How encoder manages variables on gotos and go subs. Exciting stuff. Maybe, hopefully not. Zoom, there we go. This must have been when you've seen it after it's been compiled. I'm reading now. Instant acid, super fast, nice. Too much coffee, very hard mode. Laugh out loud, nice. Plenty of room for extras, yeah. Not far off the speed of the real ATIC ATAC. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Scott. It wasn't, was it? Turn that off a minute. Fun, but you'd lose because of being hit by the baddie. Yeah. Loads faster. Yeah, but now you could add more to slow it down. Yes, retro game. Yeah, good point. Laugh out loud. Speed it up just to slow it down again. Yeah. How about implementing 8-way movement? Yeah, I did think about maybe changing the character using the in command, which is that one. For the key movement, and that would give me diagonal movement. So that might be something I was thinking of putting in later on, because I can do it on the joystick as well, because might as well program this in to be on the Kempstone. Very difficult to control, just like to thread through a very fine, like trying to thread through a fine needle. Yeah, this is very easy mode. Looks like you need to use the in routine instead of in keys to read the keyboard so you can read multiple inputs. Yeah, that's exactly what I just put up then. So guys, there you go. You've now seen the making of ATIC ATAC and where we're at with it. I think I've done well tonight, and I'm not being big-headed, but I think I'm going to say we've done well, because obviously you've contributed as well. We've got a nice little working map going around. The characters going through the map nicely. We've managed to get a nasty up on the screen, and we've compiled it to see what it would be like. And thankfully, it worked, so we were able to see that. Can you see now why I put the doors like I did? It's got that kind of pattern on when you got the 4 up. Anyway, it's been a pleasure tonight doing the live stream all of this weekend. Like I said, if you missed episode 1, that was yesterday. And this is episode 2. Episode 3 won't be tomorrow. I'm not doing a Monday as well. That will probably be, I don't know when it'll be. It will be at a weekend. Because next weekend I was going to carry on with the platform game that I've been making. Wanted to do a level 2 for that game. So that is what I've got planned for next weekend. Saying that, actually, just a thought, I might not be able to do a live stream next weekend. If I do, it'll have to be a random one. For the simple reason is it's my weekend to work. So I will be working. So I won't be at home, unfortunately. But anyway, I will let you know one way or another through the powers of social media. Good night, everyone. It's been a blast. I've really enjoyed this stream. I've learned a lot from you guys tonight, and I hope you've learned something too. If you're a beginner or knowledgeable or whatever, I just hope you've learned something and you found this interesting. Like I said, please hit the like, subscribe if you find the content interesting, and I'll see you on the next one. Thank you guys. Take care. That's a nice idea, Scott. Maybe I will take the Spectrum with me. I just had to read that before I went. See you later.